All right, here we go. Back at it. Working on BBG style. And I've forgotten the number. You can see it up in the thing. It's a little small for me. This is a button-down shirt using the African fabric. And tonight, if I'm lucky, I am gonna finish the sleeve. So that consists of the placket, the sleeve cap here, attaching it to the shoulder, fixing up all the intricate insides, and then if I have time after that, doing all the finishing touches. We'll see. Got 3 hours. It might take me longer than that. So let's separate. So we're going to do the plackets first, and the plackets kind of go inside out. One shirt at a time. So here's my X. Means this is the wrong side. This is the inside. He's got these little dots. And how this goes is we have the placket. And the placket, we match little dots here. We have a box on the inside. We have the little dots. And to make sure I'm doing this right, we're going to match dots, needles, just to make sure. Yep. There we go. Those needles match. Yeah. All right. We have our interfacing. Goes on the inside. Now, get a pin. So I'm probably going to leave the camera just on here for now, on this one, because I'm going to do a whole bunch of going from here to the machine. That. And back again. So the first step is to sew down this box. I'm actually going to move pins that held down that part of the box. I'm going to spin here. I'm going to remove these as I go around. I'm going to pin this one backwards so that I can remove it as I go, because I'm going to start here on the far side. There. All right, let's make sure. In right side's a placket to wrong side of sleeve. Matching small dots. Stitch along stitching. Lines of the placket. Reinforced stitching and small dots on upper edge. I usually don't do that part. You're going to hear a beep startup sound. Forgot to turn on my machine. My machine is so computerized that it has a boot up sequence. Buzz. That was it. Okay. So eventually I think I'm going to get a 3-camera setup with like one over here so I can switch and don't have to mess with this deal. And then I might just bring that down because that's pretty far away from everything. In fact, I might want to just bring it down anyway. Pretty far away. Anyway. So we're going to lower our presser foot, keeps the feet in place, and move it over so it's in line. There's a little line on the foot. Put down the needle. And there. So I have a backstitch setting. Means it sews a little reinforcement at the beginnings and ends so it doesn't fray and fall apart. And on that time, usually I have a tendency to hold the fabric pretty strong and then get surprised when it goes backwards on me. I'm learning the ways of the machine. Slow down. Forward. 5. Yep. Generally, you leave it down, you pivot, and you put it down again. I was like one stitch too early, but that's fine. Plackets don't have to be super precise. Whoa, they have to be more precise than that, though. All right, we're going to raise. I went over too far. I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do, get back in line, drop it, and then go forward a little bit, back stitch. I'm going to reinforce these things after all. Yeah, that should be fine. I cut it, I'm going to put it back down. Now I'm just going to restart. Should be okay. Might be a little weird on the inside of the packet, but there's a little bit out here. But I'm gonna deal with it. Okay, slash between stitching, clipping diagonally, small dots, upper edge as shown. We're gonna snip in. I'm doing this because basically we're going to turn this inside out. So we leave a little bit, and I clip in to the edge without cutting through the stitching I just made. And I'm going to turn iron back on. And unpin. This is a whole process I almost had memorized, but not quite. So we're going to read the instructions. So, flip. Yes. Then we turn basically inside out. So make space. I'm going to do this on the pressing board. So what I do here is pull in, pull in. I'm actually doing this both with my fingers first, and then we flip it over. And turn it inside out. Yeah, that's going to create a little bit of a pucker because I did that strange thing with the seam. That's okay. I'm going to pull it tight. It'll work. There we go. This fabric is actually really nice and crisp. Other fabric that I do this stuff on, kind of a mess. But today, it's not a mess. So, give it a press. Yeah, okay. I just had a moment of panic. Because this part, I was like, is this facing the wrong way? What it's going to do is it's going to do this. Like that. But I was like, oh, it's pointing down. Well, that's because you do this and then you do this. So, we're good. Now comes a process that I burn my fingers on more than once. Yep. Okay, so now we turn this back over, back out. And I'm going to press about 1/4 of an inch, which is about that much. I think it's hard to see with this pattern. Not a lot. Just enough. I'm doing this so that this won't wear. And usually I do this in the center first, and then get my fingers out of the way, then do the whole thing. And since there isn't a lot of it, it doesn't really pull up, but that's fine. All right, then we bring this to this. Ooh, that's really cool. That matches this pretty good. Just make sure that's what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, pretty much, because then this goes over on top. So, going to... So I'm really happy with this pattern matching, and it's going to disappear. If you have a button-down shirt, it's the stuff on the inside. That's cool. All right. Stitch close to pressed edge of underlap. We're going to stitch really close to this side here. Yeah. Okay, so I have a tendency to go a little cavalier. And it has bitten me. So we're going to pin. It doesn't unravel. Move this around. Now in the past, I do this all at once. So I have 2 sleeves, you do each step twice. But I want to do this twice. Talk it through, show all the steps. Drop the needle. I think in past ones this has actually been thinner. I don't really mind. Stare at your packets. Maybe they do, I just don't know. Been watching a lot of men's fashion blogs recently. So many rules that I never knew about, nor do I really care about. It's just funny to get involved in stuff and be like, oh, there's all these unwritten rules. Who knows what's happening? Gas leak at Indiana University. Seems to happen all the time. Need my little snippy scissors. Anyway, those gas links never amount to anything. All right, placket sewn down, nice and neat. Pretty proud of that. So next, press under 6 millimeters on upper end of long edge of large half placket. Fold large half placket along fold line, overlap, based pressed edge of overlap over seam as yeah, I don't do a bunch of that. All right, I got the pressing board. I don't do the basting anyway. I found it's fine to just pin it and do it. But what we have to do is flip this over. We're going to do this side, the thing we did on the other side, which is 1/4 of an inch in. Ooh, that goes right to the interfacing. How about that? I almost never do the interfacing right, I think. All right, got it down with the fingers. Put it down with the steam. Probably the heat. I don't think I have enough water in here, but that's fine. Okay, inside edge. And this little flap. Same deal. Here we go. So this doesn't stay down super well. I'm going to have to like push it into place as I sew. All right. So then what we do is we fold along the fold line. Is that line there? Yep. So we fold it all over. We get this nice little chevron, which I have never been able to get to look as good as store-bought. But now it's covered. So it covers, and then this flap will be open. And here's the button line, so you saw this under the placket. Make sure that lines up. It does. Cool. So now we're going to pin. So then they say base this into place, but honestly, I just pin it. Pin it up. As it goes up this side, around the whole thing, and then there's a line here, which might not show up on CAN. And I'm actually going to pin both sides, just to hold this guy in place. So when done, this is going to be very nice and neat, and pretty cool. Make sure that all the little edges go underneath. Nice. All right, to the machine. Yeah, that all looks good. Underneath. So this, if you've never looked at a button-down shirt, what this is this is the bit where the button goes and it opens up, because on a stretchy thing, you pull your hand through, stretches out, or some styles of clothing are much boxier. You just put your hand through, like a coat. But most men's fashion, or button-downs anyway, men's, women's, whatever, this is snug. You can't really put your hand through it, right? Because the hand is much bigger than this. So you need this thing to open up so you can put your hand through, and then you button it awkwardly with one hand. All right, so here we go. Back to the machine. Hold the pin. Check things flat. Nice. I'm slightly proud of myself so far tonight. There we go. So he's sewing this much closer to the edge. I'm a little intimidated by sewing close to the edge. I always feel like I'm going to go off. I think, honestly, that's just something I have to get over. Like many things, we're intimidated by a hard thing to do. And then we do it. And we're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. Make sure everything's flat. And back up. Oh, that's so nice. I think. I don't know. Feels like it should be a little bit over more, should be on the edge more. Oh well, these parts meet. It's fine. So, let's see if I can get this up to the camera. Camera's always in a weird space. So it opens. Right. And if you can see it, there's some really nice stitching. Maybe I can show the stitching over here. Nice stitching. Now we always critique our own work, right? But in terms of flatness, that's the thing that's always interesting to me. When you sew and when you press, because when you bend, there's a bulk, right? There's a bend right in there, and then when you press it, pushes it, makes it flat. Interesting. Transformational. It's the same, but it's different. There's a thing I've been saying to my martial arts students recently, which is everything is everything. Which is really just to draw the similarities, point out the similarities between certain movements, which might seem different, but they're not. Okay, one down. The order we do this is plackets, then attach sleeves, then finish sleeves. So here we go. Back side. Oh. I missed a step there, but I can just go back and do it. Make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah. So I'm going to do that whole thing with another bit here. And then I'll do, there's some pleats here at the sleeve. I will do those after. So all over again. Secure placket. I don't know what placket means. Oh, let's do it on the right side because I arranged my pins. So go one way, up one side, then down the other. And just reverse that. Need to figure out how to do some royalty-free music or something. Right now I've got some Christmas jazz on my, or coffee shop winter jazz or something on my monitor. So I'm not just talking. I'm not just hearing myself talk. But I should figure out how to let everybody hear that. You know? Flip it around. So eventually I want to get a monitor that's like right there. Because right now I have to look over here, sideways, every once in a while to see, hey, is anybody listening to me ramble? Right now one person is. Why don't you say hi? So it's not just me talking to myself. That'd be nice. If not, that's cool too. No entry requirement to sewing, except a machine. An after machine. Unless you do. Well. My machine just stopped and computed. I'm not sure why. Really, anybody can sew. Anybody can look the way they want. Because there's access to sewing machines and stuff. You know, I was lucky. My mother was passionate about sewing, and the minute I said I want to do it, she's like, okay, here's a machine. And then instead of taking classes, I did YouTube tutorials. Snip. Cut out the corners, try not to catch the thing, catch the stitching. There we go. So the box, clip the corners, turn it inside out. Take a drink of water. So once again, I'm going to do this with my fingers first. Squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish. Over. And you can see the box. And turn it inside out. Wow, I'm actually making this happen. One of the things with doing the box and trying to get inside out thing is if you do it wrong, it creates these puckers. And today, I have managed somehow a mostly puckerless turn. Not sure how. I guess it's just practice. Practice enough and you get good at a thing. Now, no. Flat placket. And now, yep. Flip this one over. Pull in 1/4 inch. Squish it down with my finger first. Do the middle. One side, do the other side. And I apply some weight to hopefully really get it to turn. There we go. And then we pattern matching isn't as cool on this side, but that's kind of there. All right. Since I fold it over, like there's this gap here between the curve and the jump up, but That's pretty cool. All right, so that's a pressed edge. On those shirts, this placket is much thinner. Probably could do it thinner, but on the inside, who cares? This is kind of a leisurely part of this process. There are two intimidating to me sections, and then a couple of other sections, because they take time. The intimidating section is attaching, well, there's two. One is attaching the sleeve at all, because it's easy to get puckers and have things look wrinkly and bad. Something I get told often by my mother, who's an excellent sewist, is no one will notice. Don't worry about it. So I try not to. The other bit, which I almost never do well, and have never done on camera, is fixing the seams at the end. But I'm going to do that tonight, and hopefully it will work. But if not, you get to see me do some swears. So, either way, some excitement. All right, so same deal. Fold over, 1/4 of an inch on this side. Irons are very hot. So even though I'm getting close to my hands, I'm trying to be very cautious to move my hands away. I think I mentioned on stream, but I burned myself really bad once. Just waving around like a doofus. One corner. Second corner. So I tried to be careful. All right, we flip it over. Where's our line? Where's our line? Fold line. I used to not draw in the fold lines, and then it'd be like, fold it on the fold line. And then maybe I'd fold it in the right place, or maybe I wouldn't. So now I draw everything in. I'm a good sewing boy in that regard. Do all the lines, all the dots, all the things. It can be a little faded now, but there's a blue line right there. That's my sewing line. Right. Make sure to tuck that one in. Do one more pin. Make sure this one stays in place. There we go. So up here, up here, up there, up there, up there, around there. Second placket. Then I have to do pleats. And then the fun of attachments begins. I said that, my cat about ran out of the room. Like, he doesn't want to hear me do. Pleats. Okay, so I need to make sure that that. Okay, almost made a mistake. So I did the fold line, but I really have to make sure that this encases the other. There's a piece of the underside sticking out, which leads to fraying and all sorts of bad news. So, glad I caught that. All underneath now. Good, good. That would have led to some swears. For sure. So even though I do put the lines in, sometimes I ignore them. It's all good artists do. There we go. Keep it up. I go try to be really close to the edge. But not off of it. So I'm going to go nice and slow. Make sure everything is nice and flat. There we go. Nice and straight. Really close to the edge. Make sure everything's folded. Hopefully the pressure. Yeah, okay. I just moved unexpectedly. There we go. Now down to this blue line. It's rapidly fading. Touching it. Actually sit below the blue line, but that's fine. Another pretty placket. Opens. That. Okay. I almost forgot again. All right, we're going to turn this to baste. Means a really wide stitch, really long stitch. I'm just going to tack a couple things down. What we're going to do is okay. Old solid lines. Bring them to broken lines. And on the same other side, do the same thing. So you got this little pull-in effect at the end, which is what we want. Now I need to do it on the other side too. So I'm just gonna hit this with the machine. We're going to encase, put the feed dog down under the first one, pull the pin so I don't break my needle, and drop it, and start sewing. I'm just doing this on a straight stitch. And as soon as the second one goes under the feed dog, it's in place. Just and snip it. So now we have everything comes in at the end. So I did this one. I need to do the other one before I forget. So, old broken. Old non-broken. Go to broken. Old solid, go to dashed. All right, same deal. If you're wondering now, I have no idea why they're called feed dogs. They're little bitey things on the underside, and they pull the fabric through. I don't know why they're dogs. Yep. Okay. Now we can bring the shirt back into play. Fun times. Okay, so there's two major ways to do sleeves. And luckily, I'm going to do the easy one. I'm going to see. Pull the machine away. Not let the machine fall off the edge. And hopefully this will be visible. Possibly it won't. Okay, so here's the sleeve. This is the back, because here's my the yoke, which is the back piece. Here's the front piece. You can also tell because the front piece has one snip, the back piece has two. So now, what you do is you bring right sides together, pin sleeve to armhole edge, centers small dot, shoulder seam. Okay, I did mark all my dots. Oh, and this is the back, yeah. But is this the front? No, that's the back. So, wrong one. Right sides together. And you pin dots first. Yeah, let's do it this way. So first we're gonna match notches. There's my notch, there's my notch. This is gonna get a lot of pinning. So, and the thing about this is a curve. So it's gonna look a little weird. And the snips are possibly not 100%. But I also need to connect this dot to dot. All right, so that's there. So that's my middle dot. Goes on the shoulder seam. We have this other dot. I did that wrong. Maybe not wrong, but the thing about connecting these other dots is that when you put dots down, you generally put them on the wrong side. The wrong side of the yoke is all encased. So, yeah. But luckily, this pattern is pretty shallow, which means the armholes are, the shoulders are kind of high. But that's fine. It also means that I can do this flat method. Kind of easy. The weird bit about this is that you connect it and then it unravels and unfurls in a way that well, it's three-dimensional, so this is like origami, kind of. Origami of cloth. And I'm going to pin this a lot. Keep things in place. Keep the edges together. Alright. Now this gets kind of bunched up. So let's match here. So there's a notch, and there's a notch. Match them. Notches might be much easier to match if you actually cut them out, because on the pattern they go out and in. or no, they go in, and some people invert that, so they actually make a notch out. So you can line those up, and I always forget to do that. Like start to think about doing it and then don't. So, you know. But this is pretty shallow, so these things meet pretty well. If it's not shallow, you have to make some easing. So you you make 2 rows of stitches and then pull one in so it forces this curve up. You're kind of pre-curving it. What it does here is you sew it and then unfurl it. That was weird. But I heard somebody talking. Maybe it's my monitor. Okay. All right, so that's pretty good. Pretty good, as a friend of mine might say. Shouts out my one viewer if you are into pro wrestling and know Deadlock or New Legacy. That's what I was quoting. All right. 5/8 of an inch. Put the thing down. And we sew. What I'm doing is you have to keep pulling this around so that it stays flat, and also so things don't curl up and you sew things together that you shouldn't. And on the underside, I pretty consistently feeling the underside and pulling it to make sure that edges match up and everything's flat. Because as you do this process, things, especially as you go around the big curve, things can get weird. Things can bunch up, things can get out of whack. That's the main way that you get bunches. I'm about to get one here. I'm just going to kind of hold this down. Everybody's flat. 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 I sew these parts pretty slowly, and one of the tricks I have is I actually pull it a little taut as I go around the curve. When I first started sewing, I thought it was a lot of like, oh, just toss this down. Just toss it in the machine and it goes. Actually, in many ways, it's like welding or any other fabrication. You can't just say go. I guess 3D printing is kind of you just say go. But a lot of other stuff you have to massage it as it goes through the process. once you start attaching pieces, also everything gets bulky. There's tons of it everywhere. One thing that can be hard, and I'll show you this when I do the seams. So people will show you techniques on like two pieces that are straight and short. And then you start to do it yourself, and you're like, okay, but my piece is several feet long and curved. Oh, come on. Did that wrong. The wrong button. Oh my goodness. Well, here's what I just did. This is not the end of the world. I'm glad. Hello, new viewer. Welcome to me fixing mistake on this shirt. So, while I was talking a big game about making sure everything was flat and not bunching, almost instantly, this is the very beginning of the stitch, almost instantly it bunched, and I didn't notice. But the bigger thing, actually, is that I was basting down some stuff earlier. Forgot to switch stitch lengths. So it's a very long stitch length and didn't anchor at the ends, which I should have noticed. I was too busy talking. But now everything's anchored and secure. So now I can just do it again. So, put it down and stitch. I'm going a little faster now because everything's together. This is not going to be perfect, but it's seeming pretty good. Let's make sure everybody's flat still. Everybody's flat. So the order of this is going to be, I'm going to attach both shoulders. Both sleeves. No, let me think about this. I might do... Sorry, I'm thinking. Do I want to do the hard bit now? I already attached the first sleeve, and then do the other hard bit. I should probably do this in stages. back stitch. Part of me dreads doing this on camera. I'm afraid it's gonna mess up. Okay. So fix that bit. Everything's pretty flat. Thing is flat. Now that I have that, flip it over. And everything is nice and clean. There's no puckers around the shoulder. And nice sleeve. Okay. So now the edge. So these fray. And if they fray enough, your whole garment falls apart. So you need to somehow turn these in together so they don't have an edge to fray against. That might be a big thing. So what I'm going to do is the flat filled technique. There's kind of two major ways to do this. Three, actually. One is you take pinking shears, which are scissors with jagged edges. Oh, there's my camera. Jagged edges. And so they create teeth. And that frays less, which is cool. But I found it still frays some. And it doesn't look very professional when you're putting on your shirt. The other one is bias binding, where you take a piece of double foldy and you put it on here and you run it all along. That's good. I often use that for coats and things that when you do a sleeve inset, which is the other way, when you don't have this flap, you actually form the sleeve and then stick it in. But I'm going to do flat felled, which is basically you snip one piece away and you fold the other one on top of it. That becomes your everything is enclosed and it's nice. It's also intimidating for me to do because I kind of do it wrong. I've done it wrong a lot in the past, I should say. But I inherently do it wrong. Let's do it. Excuse me. Let me find it again. What side are you? There you go. All right, so here's the inside. And so the first step, get everything out of the way. And I'm going to press everything towards the shoulder, which is up here. No, I'm sure I can get this much lower in current setup. Righty tighty, 15. Right. Here I go, whispering to myself. All right, Still is a little hard to see, I think, because yeah, no, it's this line. So first thing I'm going to do is press everything towards everything up towards the shoulder. I'm pulling everything kind of away. I want this to be firm. Not firm, but I want everything to be stretched away. Shoulder. Perfect. So the other part of this, it's hard. Flip it over. I want to make sure there's no bunching. Everything is towards the shoulder. If you don't do pressing wrong, there's kind of a lip that goes over. I don't want that lip. I want everything to be pulled away. Okay, so step one, everything is clean, more or less. Now, scissors. What I have to do now that things are pulled away, I need to fold the one close to me away. I'm going to cut down to about 1/4 of an inch. This is also nerve-wracking. I'm afraid I'm going to snip into something. Thing about sewing or cloth that it's kind of easy. I feel like I just did there almost. It's really easy to snip in to a layer you don't mean to and destroy hours of work. Well, I tend to do this in stages so that hopefully don't make a giant mess. Which is also why this takes me forever. I try to be cautious. That's why I said, oh, can I get all this done in 3 hours? Maybe. Maybe not. There we go. I do wonder how massive factories do this. How does factory clothing, how do the discount places do this? And by discount, I mean places like Express. H&M, a lot of places Or you see fancy shirts, just use a serger. All right, so I just did the thing while I was talking that I said I didn't want to do, which is I cut through here. That sucks, but is not the end of the world. Huh. All right, well, I'm back. I don't know what that was. I'm connected, hardwired. But I returned. So anyway, as I was saying, welcome to my channel, where I frequently say, oops, I messed up, but I can fix it. I also said at the top of the hour that maybe I'd do some swearing when I did this part. So. There we go. All right, so this bit is also kind of difficult, which is you fold this over the seam, and then fold it back again, and then you press it. So, wow, this might actually be much easier than has happened in the past. But you do need to fold over many times. In theory, what I need to do is tucking this under as I go. Wow, this is actually working much better than it has in the past. This is staying. Wow. We'll see when we get to the curves. That's usually the hardest part for me. And then the other hardest part is you turn it over and sew it. Especially like right here. Where the felt, where the shoulder line is, that's really bulky. So doesn't always want to stay. What I need to do this right, there's my messed up bit. Hopefully will still work. What I need to do, not plan. All right, so I cut this up and it does this feely here, which means all these, there's a bunch of pieces that are just exposed. That's really gonna fray. So I'm actually going to pause what I'm doing and fix it. And how I'm going to fix it is I'm going to grab some bias bindings. I'm actually going to do a little bias binding. Here for a sec. Let's see, I have white, brown, probably brown. Okay, bias binding. I don't need a lot of it. So, and I don't really want to add a whole lot of extra bulk. So, I'm going to snip just like an inch. And I'm going to enclose this area. And take it over to the machine. And then I'll continue this odyssey. Yeah, I just need to do the top. Presser. That's it. This is really thin bias that I never used in the past because it was too thin. And I wanted some thicker stuff. But basically, it's a little fold over that you do. Drop it down. All right, so I'm going to do this little patch job. And I don't want to do it all the way around because that adds bulk. I don't want super bulky looking shoulders. That's why I'm not just encasing everything in bias. But I could. I've done that. Alright, so now I have a little bias thing. And bias doesn't fray. So not perfect, but a little patch job. And we're going to do the fold and press around the whole thing again. And a lot of that remarkably stayed put, which is cool, except around the top here, which is what I'm afraid of. As you sew this all together on the other side, under here. You can't see what this is all doing. And so as you're sewing, it can come undone, like right there. And you can't really tell because it's underneath, right? So once I'm done with my first pass, I'm going to pin everything. And the pin. Fold it over. I love when you get to the end, it's just like, oh, it's just folds. Like, cool. I'm cool with folding. But I do want to make sure this needs to be pulled out. There we go. This bit curves. So almost all of this, except this bit at the shoulder and around there, is staying put. That's pretty sweet. Now, what I'm gonna do. The other thing, as you do this, you do have to pull this stuff out so that it looks clean. So what I'm gonna do on these areas, I'm gonna do this very, let's do it this way. I'm going to do this carefully. So as I get to these bits, I am going to reach underneath and pull the pin. So I need to make sure I do that. I'm going to do this all along, actually. Keep everybody in place, hopefully. What I don't want is to do this. Everybody to the edge. You don't want to do this and then turn it back over. And everything is is unraveled. That's the worst. Worst feeling. Because you're like, oh, I did all this stuff and then it came undone. And it sucks. Oh, we're just gonna pin everybody in place. Hello, new viewers. I am sewing a shirt. I am flat felting the inside of one of the sleeves. And I just pinned everything down, so hopefully it stays in place. It's nice and curved here. And I'm going to go back to the machine. Trying an experiment today. Last time I did this, I went from here, all this work to the machine, but I'm not sure zooming in on the machine actually is much to see. All right. I'm pausing because I didn't pull this one over enough. Did most of them, just not the very end. Now, okay, which side? I think we'll start on this edge. I need to go in 1/4 of an inch. And I'm going to pull that pin. So, flatten this down. And Drop that. Set for a fourth of the inch. There, it's about in the middle of my foot. I'm going to pull this tight so that we don't have any weird overhangs. And I'm going to slowly stitch. This is a top stitch. So often when people do this, they use special thread. I just use the same thread. It seems like so far everybody's playing nice. Everybody is okay. Pinheads are that way, so it's going to pull the thread, the fabric up. And I hit one, which is a good indicator that I need to end it. So, pulling things wide. I do have this pivot here. I'm just going to go on faith that we're doing this right. Making faces as I can't get my pin out. Alright, so here's the bits. Didn't always want to play nice. That being the yoke. Game's turned. So most of this shirt I don't need to do flat filled, because most of the seams are actually contained in other things. It's just this bit. Well, this bit being two parts of it. Oh, there's a pin there, that's probably why. Sorry, the inside of the sleeves and the inside of the arms, or so the sleeve cap and the inside of the sleeve. So if I was a smart boy, I'd probably try to pull the thing up. Maybe I'll do that next time. I do have to do the next sleeve, right? But once I do that, maybe I can check and make sure that everybody is lined up correctly. Back stitch. Right. Moment of truth. And the moment of truth is most of it worked. Oh, wait, no. It mostly worked. You really need to catch. And there's a couple places that didn't quite catch. They're also really folded over. So I'm not that worried. I can fix it later. There we go. On the outside, most of these things are pulled over. And we have this nice stitching line. Hard to see. It's a nice stitching line. Okay. That's one sleeve. I'm going to refill my water. And then we'll tackle the other sleeve. Hello, I think a new person just showed up. Welcome to me sewing sleeves on this awesome fabric. I'll talk through the process again, because I think it's useful for me to say it out loud as I do it. So I just sewed one sleeve. Can I find it? There it is. Nice one sleeve connected. Now I'm going to plop that down. And that's where sleeve 2 goes. In this line. You can appreciate that for about 15 seconds, and I'll be right back. All right, so plackets and one sleeve to about an hour and a half. Let's see how this does. So X marks the spot. That means that it's up. And small dot goes on the shoulder seam. This is the shoulder sleeve. That's the cuff or the collar. So dot goes on the shoulder seam. Pin. Now, here's my back. Match up the 2 notches there. I'm going to swing this one around. Match that side while I'm at it. Gonna swing the other side around. Match those notches. There we go. Match this side here. Make sure those all line up. And that in place. How's everybody's evenings going? Or days, wherever in the world you are. Where are you in the world? Let me know. Where in the world are people from? What are they doing? Where are you from? What are you doing? Other than watching me. Which I appreciate. I wouldn't say sewing is lonely, but it's pretty solitary. Not sure you could do much multiplayer sewing. You know? Except you're on Twitch. And do it in front of people. Catch that. So I am pinning heavily. And I'm actually, so you might see, it might be hard to see, this bit extends beyond the piece behind it, so I gotta push it down. That's because this is three-dimensional. You may have noticed that your body has more than one dimension in it. Height, width, depth. And so if you're going to put something on your shoulder, for instance, that's what an armhole does. It goes around the shoulder here. Then it comes, so you've got a flat piece of material. Like I bumped this. There we go. So you get a flat piece of material. Well, welcome. I hope overtime wasn't too bad. Get some money though, right? I said some stuff earlier. I was referencing the new legacy. I forget why. I said something that they say. Anyway. Topography. So on the shoulder, you've got topography. So a sleeve piece is just a flat thing. And so you have to attach it here in such a way that it kind of pushes down and then it unfurls after it's connected. And hopefully it unfurls correctly. It wraps correctly. And this armhole is very shallow. If you can see, hard to see, but this curve isn't very deep. It doesn't go up. So it's easier to attach, but it's going to be, I think, higher on my shoulder, maybe lower. I always forget. I think it's lower. It's going to be lower on the shoulder. Unlike other things where it attaches on here. Sorry, I'm thinking of my next step as I'm babbling. So anyway, this is very shallow, so it's fairly easy to connect these two things. I don't have to do, there's a special technique I often have to do when I have to bunch it up. But that's why I'm pinning a whole bunch, because I want everything to stay in place. And it's in place. Oop, beep, beep. Get the thing right. I'm experimenting with one camera tonight. One camera angle without futzing with it. I still have this one. All right, so we go down. And it'd actually be interesting to get like a little camera under here. Because a lot of this is blind. I can see the top, but I need to make sure that all these things are connected and flat. So what I'm going to end up doing, try to move that with the needle down, that doesn't work, is I do a lot of moving it around underneath, try to make sure everything is flat and connected. And so there's a lot of shifting around as I connect these. So away we go. Hold it pin, the back stitch. Make sure we don't sew our pins, which can break needles, and that's no fun. My eyesight's bad enough without a needle putting my eye out. I'm trying to make sure that everything is flat. Last time I did this, being the other side, things were not flat. I had to fix something. There we go. You might be able to hear a ball rolling in the background. That's my cat playing. It's funny, I've had him for quite a few years now. And I buy new cat toys every once in a while. He likes new stuff. Who doesn't like new stuff? But the very first thing I got him to play with was a little track with a ball in it. I've gotten him other tracks with other balls. I've got a wrinkle. Work out that wrinkle. So anyway, he likes new things. He likes variation. But doesn't like anything as much as he likes that little ball and track thing. He likes to sit on it too. There's a little cardboard thing. Cats and corrugated cardboard. Name a more iconic deal. Alright, this is going pretty well, I think. So there's a little kind of bubbly area there. So what I tend to do is kind of pull the fabric down against the board. Stretches it a little. This fabric is probably 100% cotton, which means it doesn't stretch at all normally, but you can kind of make it taut. Just got a text from my mother telling me about the local marching band. Made it to state. Marching band in Indiana is a big deal. And some people who know me know this story, but like sewing, I tend to just kind of do stuff. Like I'll get it in my head, I want to do that, and I'll just start doing it. Which can be pretty headstrong. Although it's nothing like I'm going to go launch a nuclear missile or something, but it's someone, I think it was you, Glitz, said I was bold. So the first version of this, first instance of this that I can remember, is my friend John, who was in the marching band. Now, I didn't do band in middle school, right? Like a lot of people who go into high school with band experience. They've been playing an instrument for years. And my best friend at the time, John, he was in band and seemed kind of cool to me. And I think I was just feeling left out. One of my friend group was in marching band. So I decided that I was going to do that as well. So I went to my parents and said, hey, I want to join band. They were like, what? I said, yeah, please find me a tutor and I'll play flute and I'll do it. And I talked to the band director and he was like, sure, if you can hack it. So I did. I did that for 2 years. 3 years. And was part of the almost insane level of commitment that Northern Indiana has for marching band. Like, in our view, the Friday night football games were for us, so we could practice. Like, halftime, that was our time. And we didn't care about the rest. You know, we'd go and we'd sing the anthem and sing and do the theme song and whatever, but that wasn't why we were there. So anyway, marching band. So they're going to state. Good for them. They used to go to, when I was there, you'd go to state every year, but there was a lot of politics, and there was a rival, and the person who ran the rival school was part of the steering committee of the state marching band stuff. High drama. All right, so for the new people, let's talk about it before I do it. So, woven fabric are threads that are interweaved. They are woven like a woven basket. And so on the edges, they can pick out and they can fray. And a lot of this shirt, things are enclosed so that that really doesn't happen because the edges aren't exposed to anything. But on the sleeves, on the inside of the sleeve, and then raise this just a little bit. Pull it back. No, too much. Okay, cool. Anyway, sleeve. So the inside here and on the inside here and the side, these are exposed unless I do something about it. And it's funny, the pattern itself is like, well, you can do something about it or not. And if you don't, well, it just falls apart. So there's 3 main methods. One is use the snippers with the triangles and those snip out stuff. And they lessen fraying because they create this jagged edge. I don't like how that looks, and I don't trust it. It doesn't seem to really help. So the other way is I could take a piece of bias binding, which is like a little folded over sandwich of fabric that's cut on the bias, so it's cut at an angle so it doesn't fray for some reason. And I could put it all along the edge. And that's cool, that works too, but it's a little bulky. I've done shirts with that in the past, and I do that with coats and stuff. So the third method is the flat feld. The flat feld is basically I'm going to first take everything and press it one way, and then I'm going to turn it over and press it on the other side too. And then you take the inside and you cut it away, and then you fold the outside over it, and then you sew it on the other side, which goes through everything and keeps it in place. So that's what the process is. It takes a while, but if you do it right, it's a really clean look, and you can get a top stitch, which many people find a good look. So we're gonna do that. All right. So I'm trying to make this clean line here, especially on the shoulder bit, so it doesn't get puffy. Okay. So the hard part, which I kind of did wrong last time. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Actually, I'm going to make it easier on myself a little. I'm actually going to open up the inside one, the one that's close to me. I'm just going to press it down a little bit. There we go. And I'll probably press it back when I'm done. But now this bit here, this little flap, I need to trim down about 1/4 of an inch. And the reason I'm doing that is so I can fold the other one over it. So you basically make a little cloth sandwich. Yeah, this is the way to do it. I am not going to tell you how many times I have done this pattern and wrestled with this and not thought about pressing that. It's more than once. But we learn. We learn, hopefully. All right, snips. Actually a lot faster too. Better and faster. Amazing. All right, so now I'm going to repress this because I want it to be flat as I can get it. Nice and top. Actually, since I'm right-handed, I'm going to pull this over here. Now you can see as I did this, here's this topography. Might be hard to see, but everything is kind of wrinkly because it wants to move around, which once I'm done, it will be able to. That's part of how clothing works. So now we fold this here. I'm going to do this, several pieces of it, and then fold it back over. Fold that up. And there we go. Now it's nice and encased. It's really flat. And we want to pull this in. So ideally our little sandwich is the same. This is, once I hit the yolk, this back piece, I'm going to pull this in 2 different directions to make sure that I don't have that little bubble. I'm trying to make sure that everything is the same width. One thing contains the other thing. There we go. It's actually kind of hard. It's hard to make sure it goes over everything correctly. It's thin enough. Actually, it should be pretty thin. I do say that the streamer setup actually really helps. Otherwise, it can be kind of dark. You cannot see where everything is. Make sure. Yeah. Yeah, so the shoulder is actually, not the shoulder, but the yoke is kind of annoying. It's not pulled enough. It's hard because the little piece should hit the stitch line. And in parts of this shoulder, it's not there. Stitch line is not as pulled out as it could be. Not sure if that makes any sense. This is maybe hard to see. This is really dark fabric. Ideally, pull it back, make the fabric meet stitch line, and then we fold it back over again. This fabric is fairly stiff, so it's doing what I want. There have been other fabrics where it just like immediately pops right back out again. Especially if it's thicker. Thicker fabric, I think, probably wants a bias binding. That's pretty flat. Right here. Not as flat as it could be. Also here. At some point you just have to say, all right, good enough. Let's sew it. Yeah, so this is bright enough. You can see it's supposed to fold to the fold line, folds over, folds back, folds taut. And here we go. Flat, 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 flat. Okay, now I'm gonna pin regularly, especially around this place where the yolk is. So that's the other places. It's basically going to be 3 layers. This layer, and then the folded layer. This is 4. The things don't want to lay flat. So I'm gonna put down some pins. Everybody stay still. Hopefully. The other way I could deal with this is just serge it. Put it on the serger. It's a really nice stitch. Makes everything lay together. It's not bad. But it can be seen as commercial, simple. Not that anybody's going to open up my shirt like, what did you do? But it's good to know techniques. In the future, I might get lazy. And just do it, the serger, do this cut, serge along it, and then maybe even do this last part so it looks like a nice top stitch even though I just serged the inside. We'll see. Right. Pressing board. This is the cutting board. Instruction on the pins. Pins are towards me. Let's do it this direction. Okay. How wide are these? So, handy dandy little tool. Got a ruler with this little dealy here. And you can use this to do a seam gauge. And that's 3/8 of an inch. Interesting. Okay, but I don't want to go all the way 3/8. That'll slip it off. I think I will. I can go full 4. Full 1/4 of an inch. Maybe even a little bit more than that, which means I can put the edge of the fabric guide just against. I've got a little foot. We're against the edge of the foot. So as long as I keep that, should be good. Put it in. Ooh. Okay. Had it set to straight stitch, which I don't want. I want my little other stitch, which does a back stitch. So goes forward. Goes back. making sure that everything's spread out. Nothing gets underneath. Pretty bad. Pull the pin. So I'm being very careful to spread fabric out to do this, so I don't get like a little puffy ridge. One of the things I didn't realize when I first started this is that ridge exists. And that one was pretty, a couple millimeters. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it can look really bad to have a shirt and then you look at like part of the armhole and it's like dipping over. So. Go, get the ridge. Pins I did in the upper bit, kind of making it weird. I'd show the camera, sorry, I'm mumbling. I'd show the camera what they did, but I don't want to take this whole thing out and stop the stitching. Well, with luck, everything folded over, stayed folded over. Well, that's not really helping. And if not, I'll fix it somehow. Spread wide. Pull the pin. Here we go. Back stitch. Keep everything in place. And then snip the thread. Pull it out. Flip it over. Oh. Almost perfect. Almost perfect. There's a bit in the middle. What do I do with the bit in the middle? So I have two options. One is because there's only like one piece here that might fray. The rest kind of janky, which means it might sit on my shoulder weird. Let's fix it. Let us together, you and I, fix it. What I'm going to do is pull the threads. So, best tool, seam ripper. Got a little pointy end, got a little dull end, and the little dip is a blade. You can like stick it in between two threads and push against it, and it just cuts right through. Which is how I started ripping. Also, I just love that it's called ripping. And then I'm just gonna dip the tip in every stitch. Pull it out. I'm gonna go a couple centimeters to each side of the place I gotta fix. Basically, I'm gonna free. Actually, this bit is pretty long. I'm gonna free the whole thing. And probably do a bunch of pins. I don't think I pinned this section enough. The other problem with doing the pin thing is that often when you take it out, it can release the bits that have been pinned if they're not wanting to stay. So they pop out. They popped out and they kind of folded up in a weird way. Sorry, that isn't super descriptive. So anyway, I'm gonna basically undo the work. A physical Control Z. So what's funny is that mentally, I don't say Control Z. I think CTRL. Guitarl Z. All right. So that's flat-ish. I think I'm going to do pins. This way. Which means I'm going to pull a bunch of pins, basically, as this goes. So I'm going to start at the end. The bit that's start at one end, go to the other end. And try to match continuity with the stitches that I already have. And hopefully it'll work. All right, minus stitches, everybody's down. So that cut one side, not the other. So the only downside to this way of fixing is that I'm going to backstitch here and here. And so that means there's going to be like a bulky stitch area starting here and ending here. So it's going to be kind of obvious if you can see it. But, well, like I said earlier, nobody looks for that. Nobody knows what stitching is, hardly. And honestly, sometimes what you do is you say, well, I meant to do that. In fact, if I really cared how it looked, I'd go back and do it on the other side as well. I have done that. Oh yeah, totally. Totally meant to do that. See? It's on both sides. There's symmetry. I think I'm actually just going to start here, the edge. And there are my pinheads. So down. Okay. So even though I just said I'm not going to worry about it, I'm going to worry about it. So what I'm going to do is do this all. I'm going to stitch all along the edge of the yoke, the back shoulder piece. So there'll be some thread intermingling. But at least then what's going to happen is it's going to look, at least look deliberate. It starts one place and ends the other. Even though it's not entirely following the old stitch line. Good enough. Pull out. Let's look underneath. Much cleaner, much better. Okay. Okay, so that past hour. That was step 32. So now I'm going to do an easy bit. Then I'm going to do another flat felt, which is not easy. And then I can do cuffs, which are not hard. I think this will probably take another session to finish. I might do on Sunday. Sunday I'm going to do table runners. Oh, okay, there I am. My monitor messed up. Anyway, I might do, or I don't know if you can see behind me. I have a little display area of Legos and action figures and junk, and I need to make it Christmassy. I've decided that Christmas starts as soon as November starts. I've got some threads caught up. I'm going to snip them. So I'm probably going to do that. That might take an hour or two. Just some squares, some rectangles. I'm going to do that. And then maybe I'll finish this. Because I'm not sure. Yeah, officially this goes from 7 to 10. I might go longer than that. But I don't think I'm going to have energy to do both hems and buttons. But what I'm going to do now is connect the sides. And then finish those seams. Which honestly, I don't feel like digging out my serger. But serging those feels like a better way to do things. We match the insides. And we always do right sides together. Right side is the outside, or the side that people see generally. And you do right sides together because then you fold it inside out, or turn it. And so the seam is on the outside. And the wrong sides, which are the insides, have the folded seam and are out of sight. Up until this point, the front, the back, sleeves are all flat. And this is the way to join them all together. The pin's that way, so we'll start from the bottom. Oops. So we're going to put this in. And drop down. So this is a quick straight stitch. Straight means it goes in one line. There's all sorts of fancy stitches people do, which my machine is capable of, and I generally don't bother with. But I am a fancy guy. I don't do a lot of the fancy stitches. I do fancy techniques instead. It's also nice because this is straight, so I don't have to worry about curves. I went really slow on the sleeve areas. I'm always afraid things are going to bunch up or pucker or do weird stuff. A straight stitch is just a straight stitch. Although there are some slight curves because it's a so-called fitted shirt. Sorry. Blocking my mug. So anyway, it's fitted or tailored or something. So it pulls in on the sides. So there is a curve. But it's a shallow curve compared to shoulders. Okay, I think I need a break from the fancy stuff, so I am going to do this straight stitch on the other side first. Then I'm going to do the flat felt. All right, find the sleeve. Find the sleeve inside out. Find the armpit. In other news, I guess God of War launched today. Curious if I can make it through that one without turning the difficulty down. I was at about 3/4 of the way through the last one. Turned it to easy. Look forward to playing it. It's pretty good. Interesting how you can turn something that kind of a sophomoric sex fest in the PS1, PS2 era, turn it into something at least slightly more thoughtful. Yeah, well, I am gonna take another crack at Pathologic 2 at some point, and that's totally gonna go in easy because I just couldn't take it. I don't default to easy because sometimes I find that it's too dull. Like sometimes a little bit of challenge is good. But I'm not against turning on God mode or easy mode or whatever. Especially when I know the systems. I'm like, okay, I get it. Okay. Let's see. Storage. By the way, is the sound of the machine too loud or annoying? I'm trying to make sure that my voice is audible without quack, 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 quack. That'd be experience though, I think. Sorry, I asked the question and said it's okay, I'm just gonna keep doing it, but I really was asking the question. Yep. It's two major sounds. The machine and this one. And I think next time I will figure out how people do royalty-free. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, there's the little follow dealy. It's like, what is that sound? My first ever follower on stream. Thank you very much. That's a funny little feedback. I got the endorphin rush. New follower. That's so cool. Even though, I know you, we know each other very well. This place is addictive, man. Okay, machine. All right. So now, the weird one. So this is going to flat feld, similar way. Press it open, snip the piece. You're snaky. That's good, it worked. Yeah, I really need to get a monitor that's like right here. Still not sure how to do that. Oh, keep thinking about it. Anyway, got to snip, got to fold over, and then when I sew it, I actually have to turn this inside out. Or, no, I don't turn inside out, but I sew from this side, and I have to like tunnel through this, which is scary. We're going to do it. It's actually not that scary anymore. It used to be scary. There's a lot of things that I think I have residual. Oh no, this is really hard from when I first started this a few years ago. Wow, it was a few years ago. I remember I started this several years ago, and it was all hot to go to the Game Developers Conference and show everybody my cool new styles. And guess what year that was? But I have decided I'm going this year. Next year, 2023. So, I finally get to see. All right, so we're pressing open. Yeah, okay, I paused because it wasn't, I think, I was like, did I do that right? Kind of not, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to press to one side. Ooh, I need my pressing thingy. Pressing ham. So, how you press sleeves is you put this little tube in here. Now things can open alongside it. And especially with tubes of things like sleeves, you don't squish against the other side. You may have noticed I like the word squish. Fun word. so that's open. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually press this twice, pressing it open so I can get to the back. So it presses towards the back, just like this, press towards the back. So it's going to press this way. Which means I cut this side. Yeah. That time, right? It's too bad train jam isn't going to happen. But the organizers have to make a decision, like a year out. Last year at this time, I don't think anybody was prepared. Sorry, last year, last March, I don't think anybody was prepared to say, yeah, let's take a train trip. That's totally safe. Okay. Now we're going to press both sides towards back. Definitely going to pin this because these are going to unravel otherwise, I think. It is possible the next time I do this, I'm just going to serge this part. Run a nice interlock stitch all the way up the seam. And then maybe fold it over and do kind of a false feld to the top stitch so it looks nice. Let's see, I'm on this edge, so let's start here. So, same deal. Go back, hold it to the stitch, fold it over. And do that with Yeah, in fact, I might just do that with the inner sleeve too. All right, right to the sleeve. Move the ham. Making me hungry. I did make an apple pie on Saturday. Have some when I'm done streaming. Oh, I'm off camera. We need to move this guy just a little bit. Well, make sure we're in the middle of the table. Curve is actually the hardest bit, I think, for doing this. On a straight line, it's not so bad. It doesn't come undone very much. At least with this fabric. For this piece here, I'm sure. Gonna have to pin that, because it's not going to want to stay very thick. Since that's the bit I just flat felted on the sleeve. Not sure where the term flat felled comes from. There's a lot of terminology in sewing. Ooh, that's a nice pattern match. Not bad. Oh, thank you. That's better. Good. Sorry, still not a habit to look over there. I'm working on it. Press. I think one of the reasons I'm not just going to the easy way is I actually do like how this looks. It's just not the easiest, and it's time consuming. Now, whenever Mimi G does this on her tutorial streams, she doesn't pin any of this. She just does that. And everything just stays the way she presses it. Actually, this, since it's not got any curves, I'm trying to talk myself into, do I do tons of pinning or not? I think the pin. Oof. at the shoulder joints, underarm joint. And we're going to see if the rest holds. Why not? I really like this fabric, but I'm also not tied to it. Because it was like $3 a yard. I feel like I need a stand for that camera to put it like up here so it doesn't get blocked by stuff. So now I lost what I was just doing. There we go. Right, okay, so I do need to pull the arm. Right. That looks like it's going to stay. So now the edge has a tendency, the very end, tendency to not do right. There we go. So, 1/4 of an inch. Now when I reach the arm, an interesting thing is going to happen. And I'm going to have to pull part of it towards me constantly. So I'm only sewing in a hole. Not sure I can describe it well. Let me try to describe it as I do it. So let me get there. So let's do up the side arm. The side. It should be not here. Flat. Everything feels flat. Touch. Pull that pin. And okay. So what's underneath my needle and the little metal piece around the needle is nothing. But now here's the sleeve. And so the sleeve has the top part, and of course there's an underside. So I have to make sure that as I move this, not that I'm pulling the rest of it towards me, so it's not getting caught. So I'm going to go pretty slowly. Everything feels correct. Here, out. That's good. Bit more, feeling around. Still good. Oh. Gotta be careful because fabric loaves slip under, get caught, wants to catch itself, wants to mess up your garment, doesn't want to be worn. There we go. So at the start of stream, I was kind of grousing, like this is one of the hardest parts. I actually don't think it's that hard. I think it felt hard the first time I did it. Although now that I'm about halfway through, I'm going to be stopping frequently. Make sure. Oop. Almost did it. Almost messed it up. Yeah, okay. Towards the end. I have to pull everything around. Like every inch or so. Hubris almost got me. As I say. Oh, it's not that bad. That's usually when something explodes on me. When I say stuff like that. Yeah, okay. So at this point, I can see through the sleeve. I can see that there's nothing blocking. Check. It's funny how doing something in public like this is both extremely humbling, because I'm constantly aware that I might just mess up in public. And also, so it's humbling, but it's also what's the opposite of humbling? Feels good. Like, oh look, I am able to do this in front of people. And I have at least an amount of, ability. So it's humbling and confidence boosting at the same time, which is interesting. And backstitch. Cut it. I've got to pull it all through. And let's see how we did. On the sleeve. Oh my goodness. There's one bit that kind of uncaught. So it's too far away. But it's still folded, so I think I'm fine with it. And let's turn the sleeve inside out. And the sleeve is basically perfect. Hoorah. That's awesome. Hey, Space Warfare Development. You're on the road. That's cool. Where are you traveling to? Where's the road? What's the destination? Alright. Oh, I turned that inside out. Let's turn that back. Let's the other side. Inside. And Seams are pressed open. Which part's the back? That's the front, that's the back. All right. I'll resituate myself here a little bit. Oh, need a better chair. I've got this old chair I use on my workspace, which is like an elementary school lunch chair. I have a fancy gamer chair for my PC, but over here, no fanciness. Snip, snip, snip. Yeah, towards the back. Okay. Have a wee bit of dyslexia. Means mostly manifests in the fact that backwards and forwards, left, right, up, down, not always clear to me. And that I think the correct one, but the other parts of my brain, like I think left and I say right. Which, during martial arts, has instituted the rule physically, do what I do, not what I say. I frequently do the correct thing, but say the opposite direction. Which often leads to students saying, you meant the other one, right? Yes. And then I apologize and correct, of course, because it can be frustrating. Being a student is frustrating. Being a person is frustrating. There's some Nathan Cipher philosophy for your Thursday evening. It's not all bad, though. Being a person. If I wasn't a person, I couldn't be doing this. Kurt Vonnegut, who was here is a strong word, heavy influence on my outlook on life, especially when I was a much younger man. And people could make a case that his outlooks and his writings were very nihilistic. They were definitely absurdist. He thought the world was a very absurd place. He lived through some very horrific times in World War II. Well, and had a lot of not great family stuff. So I think he had a reason to think a lot of the things he did. But not to be a downer as I say that, one of the things he did say is that when you're having a good time, when you have one of those moments where things are good, he said you should say it out loud. Something like, if this isn't a good time, I don't know what is. Stuff like that. I think there was a very specific phrase he had when he said this in his writings, and it's now, I don't know, blanking on the specific thing he kind of called on people to say. But he called on people to say it. So even in the midst of misery and strife and everything going wrong, if you find something good, you should say something like, this isn't good, I don't know what is. Recognize the good times when they're happening. Recognize the good stuff. Too much of the bad stuff, you know? Not to get maudlin on y'all on a sewing stream. And I just never know when my brain's going to take me to one of those places. And hello, viewers. There's now more of you than there were a little bit ago. Hello. Welcome, and thanks for joining me as I fold the fabric. Great flat felled seam. This is my third session with this shirt. It's an African print that I got. 1 second. I got from a fabric store called New Rainbow Fabrics. It's in Chicago. It's a really nice family-owned fabric store. I go there every time I go to Chicago. Yeah, very nice African prints. Love African prints. Now I'm going to turn the sleeve inside out. First, I'm going to get rid of the pressing board. Sleeve turns inside out. I pressed my flat felt. Now I must do my little tunnel. Move my iron back into place. So once I've done with this, vaguely tempted to start from sleeve. No, can't. So that gets to the side, it's gonna go bad. So he starts. Here. Anyway, once I'm done with this scene, there are back, right? I did that right. Not that it matters, I can't fix it. I couldn't change it now. So once I'm done with this, there are a couple bits left. The cuffs. What's left is the cuffs. What am I doing? Backwards. Starting to lose it. I'm probably going to do at least one cuff tonight. I want to get that started. But basically what's left is the cuffs and the buttons and the hem. None of which are difficult. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit less than 1/4 of an inch because I lost that bit last go through. Something I'm thinking of either asking for Christmas or getting a late birthday present is this nice fancy machine. Can do all the button work, but it really wants a specific foot for it, which I don't have. I've been kind of making do with tape, Scotch tape. You tape the buttons down, keep them secure, and then you do the sewing. And I might just get the foot. Actually, with this machine, the old machine that I had, buttons took a couple hours to do the whole shirt. Now it's like, I don't know, an hour, if that. So it's pretty nice. Machine. Hopefully this bit will stay in place. Under pit. Okay. I'm going to push a bunch of the shirt through. We're going to try to make our little hole. Anyway. So that sound I just made is that sometimes little pieces of fabric get stuck. So the sewing mechanism has got feed dogs. They're little feet that push up from underneath the fabric and then pull it away from me. So it does a little, this thing. But sometimes it's not perfect. It can get caught, the fabric can get caught a little bit So when I turn this particular one over, there's going to be a mess of too many stitches in one section because I didn't realize that was happening. Not, again, end of the world, but there'll be some messiness. In life, isn't there always messiness? I'm just being silly. Pull out. That's close. Almost caught something. Since I did it perfect on the other side, I have a... There we go. Getting a little too big for my britches. Oh, I can look through the hole now. Look at the hole. There we go. When I first did this shirt, which is probably like 4 years ago now, jeez. Saw the tutorial and I was like, how is this possible? I think sewing is actually good exercise, even if it's frustrating for my dyslexia, because a lot of the time sewing feels like UVing, if you've ever done 3D modeling. You kind of turn everything inside out. Everything is inside out and backwards forever. Oh, thank you. I've got a Bernina 475 Quilters edition. I do not quilt. It's nice. I got it. It was a display unit on my local store, so they were selling it for cheap. I quite like Berninas. From what I hear, there's kind of two major brands that are known for always being pretty good. One is Viking, and the other is Bernina. I think they're both like Swedish companies. If you haven't sewn and you want to get sewing, there's a lot of really good starters out there. Brother makes a bunch. Yeah. Cool. So you sew too? There we go. Yeah. My mother, I think, has a Viking. But when I expressed an interest in sewing, she basically went to this place out in Amish country, the Bernina servicer, and they're like, here's a pretty good Bernina. It was like from the mid-90s, I think. Heavy as hell. Like a piece of solid metal. Really nice. I just kind of wanted something that could do buttons. And there were a couple of things that were kind of sticking points. So I upgraded because they had the sale. Nice. That's cool. I've thought about cosplay and all that, Halloween and all that stuff. I tend to sew very slowly, so I don't try to put myself on any sort of deadline like that. And my joke is I cosplay as myself. It's cool though. Love that people make their own stuff. It's cool. All right. Whew. Cuffs. What time is it? 10:30. I'll do one cuff. All right. Let me make space. Turn the instructions over. I've done this enough, I could probably do it without instructions, but that also feels like flying close to the sun. All right, got my interfacing. That's okay. All right, right sleeve. Need the interfaced one. There's the snip, so I need the other cuffs. Where's my snip? Well, there's the dots. Oh. Did both cuffs with the snips in the right place, or the same place. Oh well. I will do this how I know it works. Cool. Currently I am streaming 7 to 10 or later on Thursday and sometimes Sunday afternoons as the whim strikes. Thanks for asking. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's really cool. Oh, and those are all Eastern. 7 to 10 Eastern on Thursdays and some Sunday afternoons. I might do some variety stuff then too. I've just got my most recent mechanical keyboard in, and I was thinking of putting it together on stream. But thank you very much again for stopping by. It's really cool to meet new people. Yes. Thank you very much. It's great to talk to you too. Have a good evening. And have good travels. Kind of unpinning this, it turns out sewing circles is kind of a cuffs are curves, and sewing curves is bad. All right, so this piece is the back of the cuff. You flip it up. There's the outside. The outside, not the back. So, next instruction. Trim seam. We're going to snippy snip. This down about 1/4 of an inch. And press towards seam. I'm actually going to press up the inside. It's up. A little easier if I turn it around. Let's get out the ham. So since cuffs are double layered, you do this a couple times. So you connect that, press upwards, and then you do on the other side. I think. So, up. Then you take the other side. Press under. Yep, okay. Good thing I have instructions because I almost did this wrong. So, inside of the cuff. There's my wrong side. On the bottom here, I'm going to press upwards. It says press up 1/2 inch and then trim. Honestly, I'm lazy, so I'm going to do one of those things. So the reason I'm doing this is you've seen me do a lot of seams, so you sew things together and then push them out so you get the little seams in the end. When you enclose something like in a cuff, I finish one edge and then I'm going to sew it to the other edge because the other edge is already up. So this part here, which is already trimmed up, is going to be meeting this part I just folded. So they're seamed together. Probably not the right term. So, did that. Yep. Okay, where's my cuff? So, here's the cuff. I'm going to sew it, the other cuff to it. Got pins. Make sure everything matches up. Pin there. Now I'm going to wrap it all the way around. So it reaches the other side. And make sure that these edges are even. If I push through, well, there should be dots. But I did one of these upside down. No big deal. So everything matches. And there, just to keep everybody together. And I'm going to pin a few more times. Does not hurt. In. All right. Stitch facing the cuff, having raw edges even, trim seams and corners. So, machine. Eighths of an inch. Drop it down. Okay. Let me get my marker out. And mark dot at 5/8. Therefore, I don't have to guess where it is when I reach that side. I'm probably going to have to mark the other side, but I'll do that when I get there. Pull out my pins as I go. Reaching my blue dots. And you turn. Oh. Marked a blue dot, but it should be actually another stitch. What you do is you lift and you turn, and then there's little guides on the machine. So you could say, am I lined up? Yes. You know, another good thing about streaming, I have no idea what's going on Twitter right now. Trim. Trim down the seams. Snip corner. Trim down there. Turn cuff right side out. Push out my corners. Push out the corners. Nice pointy point. I'm gonna pull this by hand to get this nice and clean. All right, let's look at that thing. And pressed edge facing for seam. Pressed edge of facing extends 1/8 inch beyond cuff seam. Not sure I actually did that. Oh wait, no, I did. Wait. Wait, maybe I didn't. Well, whatever. They want me to stitch in the ditch. Okay. Well, let's press first. So we're going to press this cuff. And if I do this right, it should, yeah. Okay, that's the 1/8 inch. Yeah, okay. So how this works is they don't want you to know that there's stitching, which is weird. There's obviously stitching. But even though I'm going to do a top stitch, the idea is that you don't show that there's stitching. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the technique, even though I think it's kind of silly, is so the I'm going to do that on this side. So we have a seam, we have stitching on the inside, and we have this which extends beyond it on this side. So I'm going to keep this inside piece lower than the stitching, so I can't see the stitching. And I'm going to do that by pins. Maybe more pins. More dots, more dots. Hello viewers, welcome to my late night sewing stream. I'm finishing up in a little bit, but right now I'm finishing this cuff. I am pinning these things in place. Then I'm going to do a maneuver called Stitch in the Ditch. Sewing stuff all has funny names. Well, this one has a reason why it's called Stitch in the Ditch, which I will endeavor to show you in a moment. Okay, cuff. Outside cuff, inside cuff. Stitch in the ditch is, there's a seam here, and I'm going to try to spread those seams, and I'm going to put my needle in the seam. If I do it right, when you look at it, you can't see stitching there. So I'm stitching this underside stuff to the upper side in such a way that you can't see it. So you spread the seam with your hands, and in theory, you stitch between. I honestly am not sure I ever really pull it off very well, but that's what the instructions are calling for, so we're going to try it. Which means there's a little plate, there's a little line on my plate, and so I'm spreading it out as much as I can. I'm going to very slowly stitch. I will backstitch, which is going to make it more obvious, but honestly, the premise behind Stitch in the Ditch is actually kind of silly, I feel. I'm not stitching on the ditch at all, I'm stitching side of it. Alright, so I've already kind of failed my mission, but we're gonna keep going. Ooh, I pinned in the wrong. I feel like if I really wanted to stitch in the ditch to work right, I would. Maybe there's a special foot for that. I can actually see where my needle is going. It's hard to see because the thread comes in kind of metal plate. You can't really see what it's doing. I guess I can kind of see. If I look in the little hole, oops, that's not in the ditch at all. Yeah, okay, actually, for all my complaining, not bad. No. I just kind of bent my needle. Bent my pin, that is. Ooh, I'm getting all sorts of fuzzies on my machine. I gotta clean it. Stitch in a ditch. Like a soundbite of 16 tons, what do you get? Oh, the day old man, deeper in debt. I'm stitching a ditch, get it? I hope you join me for some real comedy. Oop. Yeah, not bad. It's probably hard to see here. But you can see, like, I didn't do super well here. You can see it. But then you move a little bit away, and you can kind of see it on some of the edges. But for a lot of this, it's kind of hidden. So, you know, give myself a B. Maybe B+. All right. So I believe there's one more step on the cuff. Yep. Okay, so there's buttons, but I'm totally not doing any buttons tonight. But what I am going to do is top stitch. So, top stitch, we are going to stitch 1/4 of an inch. Along all sides. Because that is what fancy people do, is they top stitch. It's funny, you do all this work, you hide the fact that you're stitching. And then how do you end it? You top stitch it. With a very obvious stitch that lines everything. So why, I ask you, do we go to all that length to conceal our work and then do some other work that's totally not concealed? I guess it's one is workmanship and the other, or one is craft, the other is art. I don't know. Well, that's not perfect. Extended one thing out a little too far, but again, who's gonna notice? It'll be our little secret between us. Pull this all around. Make it easier. Stretch out. Stretch out the fabric headers so I'm not catching anything. So far in this make, I've been very lucky. And that I have not. Really overextended myself. Well, I just kind of did it there. Got a lot of threads to snip. 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 And here is a cuff. And my overhead lights just started dimming, telling me it's time for bed. So here's what I did tonight. Made a cuff. Did plackets. Little inside. Here's the placket dealie. Did both of my shoulder pieces and did flat felt seams on everything and enclosed everything. So now that's all that's left is doing the cuff on the other sleeve, doing all the buttons, and finishing the very bottom edge with the hem. And then I'm done. Which is good. I'm ready to be done and move on to other things. So I might finish this Sunday afternoon. Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out with me on stream, watching my stuff. Really appreciate it. And hope you turn in again some other time. Thank you. Oh man, I kind of have glare. I'm going to have to fix that light over there. A little too much glare on this side of my face. Anyway, have a good evening.